anyone read me?
And welcome back to the World Series of Warzone 2024 Global Finals, the final game of the day, at least when it comes to the bonus points leading into match point tomorrow is here, game number 6. If you haven't won a game today, this is your final chance to do so outside of Solo YOLO, which is coming up right after this. So you make sure to stay tuned to see who's going to earn that $50,000. I'm Taylor Reflections Double, joined by Dream, Enigma, and Dandro. Game number 6, big moment to break into top 5. Let's get some quick predictions, at least from you, Enigma. Who do you think, game number 6, is going to take it?
You spoke a little bit about how E.U had gone through a little bit of a slump. I want to see them pick it back up.
Okay.
I want to see them go big again. They've been seeing a lot of these end zones, but I want to see them deliver on one. We spoke a little bit about the belief that a victory can give you. Yes, they've had one today, but it's about finding another here at the end of the day.
All right, well, I would love to give it to you two as well, but guess what? Game number 6 is ready to go. I know you've had enough of us yapping, so let's send it over to our casters. Game number 6, Spider Tifcoach, take it away.
Don't worry, I'll get your predictions right after this one, okay? Because you'll definitely be right after we play this one. Now, according to math, all right, I was doing some math on the side.
Oh, good. I'm so glad you were.
44 points was the biggest game of the day, aside from that last map, which was from the Falcons. Guess how many points Team Aiden just dropped?
If you're telling me 44 was the biggest, I'm going for north of 50.
It was a trick question. It was exactly 44 again. A 22-kill victory, 44 points from Team Aiden. A massive jump up the leaderboard. Wasn't enough to take first? Certainly not, because the Falcons just dropped a 36-point game for a second-place win. So another massive game from the Falcons means they're up right now in their competition by, well, frankly, a whole dang lot. I think it's about 40 over second and third. So maybe we know who's going to get 40 points for tomorrow. But the big question, and still up for grabs, who's getting 30, 20, and counting, folks? A lot is on the line. The last game of trios today starts right now.
The Falcons, right, in game number 6. Look, I mean, they've reached that triple-digit mark not that long ago and are still trying to points gap the lobby here. And if we're just being able to see where they've gotten to, it's almost 150. And if you think of it, it's going to be that magical number for tomorrow to show you that if they can get 40 advanced starting points, what is that going to do? And how many games do we actually get on Call of Duty Warzone match point?
It's such a great point, folks. 150 points tomorrow is our threshold. The teams are...
things and crossed out.
Lot right now, by the way. They are currently in 12th place, looking to try to breach into that top 10 for 20 points for tomorrow.
A bit of a fall from grace. I said it. They were in 3rd place after match number 1, but I'm going to commend them, right? They have been able to stay together as a team, but right now it's just Juki's on the map. FIFA Kill loses that Gulag to Tap, who, well, they were just fighting, and then you see Lennon go straight to the Gulag because one more member of that squad took them out. But back to Industrial we go, and the fight of the time, you said it. How many times are this two trios going to run straight into each other? Soka at the top, kind of perched in the little Falcon's nest of his own.
This is such a funny fight to me because Biffle is scared of no man, no person, nobody on the map, except for maybe this team. I was talking to Repulse, you heard him on the analyst desk, he said, I don't know what it is about this team, they always seem to get me. We'll see if they get him this time around. Hisoka is taking quite literally ultimate high in the area and has great viewpoint and will have great comp to help out his teammates. Maybe we'll have an angle as well. We'll see. This fight could take a little while, but it looks like Gooey and Co are going to try to push the equation. Maybe sending one out around actually with a zip. Trying to play a flanking spot.
Shifty already opened it up. He's got Clabs in, and that's a full wipe there for Juki's squad. That's quite unfortunate. And now FLS takes that ultimate high ground, and you can see he's going to be looking to call the shots, but Biffle and Shifty, a dynamic duo in their own right, kind of trying to go on out, while Soka is like, don't worry guys, I'll find FLS. We know exactly where he is. Now, how do we rip him off this high ground? And when Soka sets something in his sights, you know he's gonna get it.
Bro, leave him. I mean, just leave him up there. You got Gooey in your sights, pick up the 2v1, down goes Gooey. Maybe, I think it actually might have been a thermite through the window that it picks up Gooey. That's exactly what it is. Goes down, FLS also gets cleaned up. Soka found an angle and executed on it. Looks like the thorn in their side is a thorn no longer. Snap it off, send it home, and then go on your merry way. There's nobody else on their side of Popov. A couple people trying to rotate in, and a couple folks to the south. We have to move down all the way to the south-hand side of this map. You can't go any further south, mostly southeast, than this squad. They're on an island right now because they just won a couple team fights. Team Destroy in a decent spot right now if they can find a clean path to New. But looking at New, it's across the water. It is Popov, it is Levin, and you have a long way to go.
And this is why I'm so thankful that Omit EU recognized it based off the plane, right? When you see that plane line, you can call it. Now they're sitting for free towards that end game, and the only real threat to them is going to be Falcons when they decide to rotate based on those pools. But Falcons, they in Industrial, they don't want to commit to that just yet because think of all the teams still trying to rotate on in. You turn towards Cargo on that southern side, they've got a long walk to go, and this one's been trying to make their way as they cross that water towards the eastern side of Popov. A couple of teams still in the nearby area for them.
Yeah, again, I want to draw your eyes up to the team Tiff's been talking about, Omit EU in the red one at the top north side of the map. They love this building. They've done this 100 times, it seems like. They change up their drop spot on these circles. But Team Aiden doing the opposite side of that, hunting edge of zone yet again and getting paid for it. Several kills going their way right now, but Team Panda in their sights. Again, the jockeying between 2nd and 5th almost doesn't matter. It's about protecting your position in the top 5 unless somehow you can close a 40-point gap on the Falcons.
I mean, look, if you've already breached triple digits like Team Aiden has, this is the start that you needed going into tomorrow to say, okay, look, this is what we're able to do. We focused on the wins. We were being able to do that. Get your rotations in, find the eliminations, because it's going to be kind of that frenzy to get to 150 tomorrow, and a challenger has arrived. It's going to be Cloud9, have made their way into the kind of midst of Omit EU.
Yeah, this is a big moment for Cloud9. I mean, if they could get a nice high ground position, a power position, win condition potentially in their sights, they might actually have a good game and breach some extra points for tomorrow. Right now, COD doing COD things, picking up several eliminations along the way, making this look easy. That's one going down for this squad. A full team of 3, though, on the other side of them. They know that, and they're going to continue to run and move to New. This is a massive rotation, by the way, for COD Munity. It's worth mentioning they're way down in City, and now they're on the north side, joining the likes of Omit EU.
And they're just kind of spectating here, right? They're biding their time, trigger discipline. We're not going to extend out until we absolutely need to. The likelihood of, well, Scummin and them fighting Cloud9 would be more, but then here comes Destroy. Well-needed eliminations for them to kind of boost that score, maybe into the top 15 and even top 10 if they have an absolute banger. But Scummin on 4 is already looking for angles, but it's Dongy who finds the opening.
Today, at least right now, this is the wrong team to fight. COD Munity is moving in final form, and sure, Destroy gets back on his feet, but immediately cut back down as Donkey, one of our kill leaders today, continuing to find eliminations. Nearly 2,000 damage as well, so likely sharing some kills. We are going to do a quick listen in with this COD Munity team and see why this team is succeeding today.
We have a buy. I got a port buy.
Go gassies, go gassies.
I'm going to go a 4x2.
I have a port buy also.
I still need plates. I don't have, I'm looting. I got some. I'm
You
good.
have 8 plates.
Yeah, I'm good. Durable here too if you need it.
Yeah, I need.
These guys are fighting hello over here. Try to shoot out all the balloons so we don't get ballooned on. Oh, yeah, balloon.
Landing.
Where's it at?
No live thing.
From cracked. He's super
There's
low.
another one there too. Another one on the right side here. I'm
Try to take space to make sure we don't get creeped up on, but like
Yeah,
don't
okay.
try to get like don't be solo though. Wait, close, on the wall, close,
Yeah.
right.
Close, lapping, crack one, flash, one shot.
3, it's 3.
Yeah. I bunkered. I can't bunker.
They're in that check.
They're in the
here.
smoke.
One shot
Yeah,
down, I'm
nice,
pushing it.
I'll pick up.
Wait for us. I'm
And the
thermite
second
close.
one, Gary,
Yeah, one's close to me. He's one shot in the right corner.
Cracked.
Nice, down.
Another one on me, outer.
Heard you.
Playing for it.
Silping.
In front of me, the shack on me.
I'm putting on the backside. The one's in the
You went in
shack.
the house. It might be the 2-story.
Yeah, I'm putting.
He's in the 2-story. I just heard
You
him.
get both pulls?
All right, I'm going.
On
He's in
me,
here.
on me.
Coming.
Running left. On my bottom on me.
Just leave him, do not chase. Okay.
What do you mean? It's only one. It's bottom here.
Coming.
Crack.
Got him.
I got
got
smokes.
his.
Here. You're good. Tap him.
Another buy here.
Bunker, close.
Heard it.
Yeah, on me.
Bucket.
I was going to talk about a couple more C's clear communication, but at the end of the day, the Falcons come in and spoil that. We lose one. We do sneak into the gulag at the last second, but unfortunately, COD Munity getting obliterated by the Falcons. Dongy, heroic
Down
play,
the Cloud.
picks up Biffle on the run, but gets cleaned up finally. Gets a little bit of blood, but unfortunately, COD Munity, a perfect team fight.
Okay,
with the
Shifty.
Falcons.
Okay, Shifty. We see it.
They know what to say, and they know how to communicate to an audience like this.
Oh, you know, it's fine. Throw some smokes, waste the ammo. You've got resources, right? We know you walk out of pop-off with a ton of money there. But honestly, they were if that was the timing that COD Munity needed, they still had some players in the gulag. The worst that's going to come for them is that reset with 19 squads still up and a large majority of our teams still setting their sights towards the north here. Is this going to be this Vegas Inferno roster from Levin on that ultimate high ground, looking down from above, deciding where do we want to go? And it's been Echo through the south, making their play through Outpost.
Yeah, such a cool moment. Also, that COD Munity team, by the way, they wiped one of the mainstay competition that was right behind them. 8th place could have maybe breached that top 5, so a big take. And speaking of a big take, Aiden Squad crushing their opponents here in Popov, rotating from the eastern side to the west, trying to catch up with the rest of these folks. And again, Omit EU in the best position right now because they know they don't need kills. They just got to maintain their position in the top 5, and Multiplier certainly can do that if they can pick up kills in the in-game.
And here's why this is so important for Team Aiden. We've been talking about their consistency throughout the past couple of weeks and their growth, similar to Team Echo here, but those advanced starting points of 30. We always say, you know, if maybe they could just get a little bit closer to 150 before the Falcons do, and this gives them the grounds to kind of level it all out tomorrow.
Yeah, this is a big moment, by the way, for FaZe on the right-hand side. They don't
Fade?
know that Prodigy is here. This is brutal. FaZe is in 10th place right now, but Swag is shooting straight. Adrian falls, and it does look like FaZe is cleaned up by Prodigy and Oki. What a take with Biffle staring down at them, waiting to take those instead. That's going to be tough. FaZe might have done enough to maintain top 10, but they very likely could drop down out of top 10 and lose points for it. These are the margins we're talking about. They're so razor thin if you're outside the top 5.
Well, now Oki's going to have to look for a regain, get the squad back on out, and well, Shifty's still looking for some more action because what he had was not enough. They want to prove on that 44-point game. They want to set records here. The cementing of Dynasty begins now, especially after you've wiped Oki's squad. Team Echo, that 5th place roster has fallen, but can someone breach that points disparity between 6th and 5th?
I don't know. It would take a pretty monster effort. I mean, it's a 25-point margin from 5th to 6th. That 6th place team, by the way.
It was FaZe.
Yeah, they are not there, not right now. So we'll see what they're able to do. I think those points are being tallied right now, too, so there's a chance maybe they'll drop outside top 10. I don't know. There's a lot of question marks. We're going to let the admins do the math as Grom hits 1 and gets the cleanup. That's Panda falling. That's a full wipe on Panda. We're top 15, and as expected, Omit E.U. Not a ton of kills, but in the best position, at least for now, as we head back to the Falcons, who are continuing to make statement after statement to say, well, I don't have to repeat it. Shifty said it for me. We know what he's going to say.
I mean, look, he's got a lot to say, and at least he says it with his chest, and at least he backs it on up here on the main stage, on land here in Las Vegas. But Omit NA, they do have one player last standing that was just trying to kind of salvage some things. They're in 18th place, and for the Vegas Inferno, they need a good multiplier to let some of these eliminations do work. And, well, they've got 2 squads just kind of towards the outside of them, Destroy being one of them, and another squad wipe for the Falcons.
Vegas Inferno on your screen. Looking to take down our wildcard team. Nick Cool Squad had an early start to this tourney and comes swinging in all 3 alive. Lose one maybe in the process, we'll see, but a cleanup nonetheless. Vegas Inferno fallen 14th. Decent map potentially, but the question is how many kills? Again, every team tallying their kills, every team doing the math. How many points do we have for tomorrow? What are the changes? And right now, it looks like Team Super Evan says, I'm a bush Wookie, my man. I'm just last into top 10. I need that multiplier. We've got some kills to make it count.
Well, this squad is currently seated in 21st place on the leaderboard, 50.6, and that's why this is so vital, right? You want to get into those advanced starting points that are even more, but Waldo, what a game here. Colony 2K and Nicole probably fully eliminated here, but let's get that higher multiplier like you were talking about. We've entered the 1.6x multi. The best you can do now is maybe a top 5 and even then a win.
Yeah, this team is actually in a prime position to steal away a lot of points.
Ooh.
Waldo's on 8. I think Colony is on at least 5. This is like a 15-kill game with multipliers. They've made top 10. A great game for a wildcard team to snack some points away, snack on them some tortilla chips. Why not? Let's pick up Autorize in transition. This is one of the teams that's right behind you and maybe right in front of you, depending on how many kills they have. Every single point matters. Find him, Waldo. We found you, but can you find Autorize?
Oh, well, keep your eye. I think Huskers is last standing for his roster. Off screen is Brawlic falls as well. Goodbye, Autorize. I think Super Evan still in that bush, kind of dead center of zone, looking for some more multis. Look to your right-hand side of your screen. Tapulator, Johnny Bro, and Strixie. Well, look who came to play. It's Deus Amir, Z-Dark, and Castillo still trying to wipe that area, but they're on the low ground towards the Falcons here. And Shifty is keeping them in their sights, and we are just firing. Huskers from behind, though, could maybe steal one away and grab an elimination, but I think the Falcons are just going to look to clean it up for now.
Team 8 is still in it as well. Fastball special is going to help them out. DJ's able to take down 1 and a second with that thermite. Trying to find the body. Where is it? Nowhere to be found. They're down below. And so they're not going to get the cleanup, not yet, but they're in the zone, so you don't have to push out, not right now. Omit E.U. up here as well. The top 3 teams stay on top. Top 3 teams in the final 7 in this map. They're here for a reason. They defended their title. They're going to be walking away with a ton of points, but who's going to win this fight? Will we get some revenge for the side of Omit E.U.? It's not looking likely.
Gromelot down, and we're just trying to get angles here on the Falcons. The preemptive rotate here for that circle. It's going to cost you, but I would love to see, do we get this res on Gromelot? I think we actually do. Back up on their feet. Now we get the reset because the Falcons are still focused on picking up eliminations. They've set their sights actually on Team Aiden.
Omit E.U. Always good about their rotations, always good about making plays, but just not good enough. Not when you got Shifty sliding in from behind, picking up another elimination. A quick cleanup here, and Omit E.U. is going to be out of it. The Falcons are poised to take another one, potentially. A couple body shots, but he knows the job's not done, so we got to keep moving on our merry way. Team Aiden all the way down in the gutters, going to have to make a massive rotation. They're pulling one out of the Falcons playbook as we see Revenge Tour back into the mix, into the top 3. Maybe can we end it like we started it? Maybe not this time. Slide, B-Mark, see you later. We're down to the final 2 teams, and the 2 teams on top. Team Aiden coming in with 2 this time. Will the Falcons win it all here, Tiff? I can only expect they will, but job not done as this zone is set up. Either team could take it. Biffle on the flank. we'll see.
Look, we've seen this before, right? Just think of last match, but Shifty opens it up. There goes DJ Moss, Aiden down, and it's looking like the Falcons are about to convert this one.
An absolute Herculean effort would be for Z-Smith to win this. A 1v2, was able to clean up one. Z-Smith is a straight shooter.
Here comes Biffle.
Biffle's on 13 kills and makes it look easy. Tiff, we talk about it. We flipped the coin. They've won 50% of our games today in day one. Trios is done for the day, and there is no question in our minds that at least today they are the best team here, way out on top by a massive margin.
The silent assassin himself, Biffle, steps forward, finds Z-Smith, but it's still consistent. And I'm honestly really digging that the majority of the floor here in the arena are Falcons fans, right? The family front and center celebrating. The 50% win rate is right. This is why they are so scary, working on kind of finishing out that dynasty. And I really wonder if they win tomorrow, which they likely will.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, look, they likely will. I hate glazing them so much. I get sick of talking about the Falcons at points in times, but I can't not talk
No,
about them.
you've got to. And again, they win 50% of their games, and they're doing it on land.
Yeah.
They are inevitable right now, and that map was a giant one. I think you called it out perfectly before. They had the best game. It was tied by Team Aiden. That's not good enough. They were up by such a margin. It didn't matter what they did in that map, and they likely are winning anyways, right? They're still getting their 40 points, but they came to make a statement. And we're taking off our shoes while we're gaming Ahsoka? Why not, man?
I mean, it makes sense. We heard the interview from Aiden earlier. He's like, I'm sitting next to the Falcons, and it's kind of smelly over there. So please,
Sure.
put your
There
shoes
it is.
back on. So
There it is. No, an unbelievable effort again from the Falcons. They made the perfect rotation. They were set up flawlessly. Omit EU, though, was in top 10. Aiden's team's in top 10. Again, everybody that was wagering who they thought would be top 5 were mostly correct. The big question in my mind was anybody able to breach into top 5 aside from our top teams? Was anybody able to snag some points and get into top 10 as well? I mean, where is FaZe falling, right? A great team had some hot and cold moments today, much like their performances leading up to this. A lot of question marks and a lot of math, but we had a great time in that map seeing the Falcons win it all yet again. And will it be the best map of the day? I don't know. Again, more math. Biffle was on 14 by the end of that one.
kind of in a league of their own, just constantly trying to outclass themselves. Like, oh yeah, we did 44 points, we've matched that. Let's go ahead and keep on seeing what we can do. But that just goes to show you their capabilities. I mean, I've seen them not even take a 2x multiplier and put up north of 45 points with a 1.8 multi.
Yeah, and it's what's impressive too with that zone pull was that the Falcons were able to find that many kills in their territory. They held perfectly, they pushed out when they needed to, and they made a great rotation to win the gunfight at the end. Again, tip my hat to Team Aiden. They're in final form, folks, and I think they're going to be second place at the end of this one after another great map from them. A lot of folks are saying this was the second best team. Apparently, recency bias is correct because they've been dominating today. We're going to head down to the stage and see, well, I guess we're going to hear from the last member of the Falcons here at the Soka on the stage.
Good luck hearing anything down here. It's rowdy on the floor. Ahsoka, I got the full Falcons bingo card. I got all of you guys. Your 3 big wins today, man. Congrats on that. Top spot secured.
Yes, sir. Feels good. Feels great. We started off slow. I was sure all the competitors thought they had a chance. We started winning 3 games in a row. I know they're going to go to sleep like, damn, we lost tomorrow. So let's get it.
Feeling good, feeling confident, man. Rightfully served, rightfully deserved. I mean, is there anything that's come out of today that was maybe a surprise for you guys, something you planned for that didn't work out? Was there anything in the game plan that wasn't there?
Nah, nothing in the game plan. I know, like, on land, kids will be nervous. Aiden was talking that smack to Biffle, but we just ran him, so he needs to watch his mouth. Shout out Biffle gang, baby. Come on.
What are we bringing into tomorrow? Anything different from today, or is it business as usual?
Business as usual. Job's not finished. We had a great day today, but go to sleep early. Maybe hit the club. You never know, hit casino or something. So we'll see.
Anything you want to say to the crowd here? Everyone watching back home.
Everybody watching back home, the crowd. I love you guys, my family. I appreciate you guys. Tease up all that, man. Come on, Falcons, baby. Thanks, sir.
Back to the desk.
All right, hey, appreciate you. Yeah, he's collecting the Infinity Stones out there, right? He got Shifty earlier, then he got got Biffle first, Shifty, and now he's got his Soka. Well, they earned it. They absolutely earned it. 50% win rate. What does that mean? 3 out of 6 games. 2 of those games, second place. One of them, what happened, right? Top 20. I don't know. Hey, not even double digits on points. Regardless, though, beating everybody by, unofficially, probably like 80 or so points. So it's a matter of now who got second through 5th to secure 30 points going into tomorrow because, well, Falcons, they were able to secure at least 40. Let's take a look at our highlights from game number 6. It was exciting without doubt. Dandro, starting with you, half the lobby gone by Zone 4.
Yeah, this lobby got deleted, which is kind of, par for the course for what we see for a lot of Warzone tournaments. When it comes to this last map, right, people are tending to play a little bit more aggressive. By the end of Zone 4, almost half of the lobby is gone. So, but then what we see is that opens up the map so much, and then it kind of comes down, right? So it starts off really fast, and then it just goes to a slow as everybody is now still trying to play for those precious placement points like we mentioned, because everybody trying to be able to come out on top to get those advantage points coming in for tomorrow.
And Enigma, for you, Omid E.U, they get zoned. They have a wonderful finish, 4th place, which they desperately needed again to hold on to that delicate lead that they had for top 5. Talk to me about their run from start to finish.
Yeah, I think that they, in this map, they get the pull that they want. This is their alternate landing spot, the preferred alternate landing spot, which is the Kotobo blocks. Typically what this zone does is it pulls quite north, sharply north, even northwest. So they've hedged their bets there to sit in the Kotobo blocks and catch teams rotating on up from 11 Resort. Doesn't end up coming on through necessarily that way, and obviously they get cut down by the Falcons in the end, but pretty much everyone in this lobby down well has today. But what I will say is lessons learned. A couple of days ago, myself and Dandro cast over an event, and we saw them in this exact same zone, and they were playing it from the low ground, which made things very difficult. This time, they assessed what they'd done well before, played from those high grounds, and found themselves a couple more kills en route, and as you said, picked up what had been a bit of a slow run through the back half of this tournament, and likely have held on to that delicate top 5.
And I loved that Enigma had stated that, right? The zone, right? A lot of these teams that I was noticing, which teams are rotating towards the north? Omid E.U was one of those spots that we're setting up. Also, I noticed Team Echo, right? We got Prodigy, Oki, and Echo, who in the start had a couple of, the first 3 drops, I would say, right? 16, 16, 26, but they still had eliminations, and then that map number 4 and 5 getting into that top 5 spot, that might secure them in the win in that top 5.
Yeah.
Well, excuse me, the win in that top 5, quote
In the
unquote.
top 5,
and
right.
For the advantage points, right? These teams are thinking about the day 2 advantage points, and hopefully that'll be an advantage. Because you need to get these guys.
Oh, the celebration is just, come on, it's great. Oh, look, and there was 8 in there too. Like, that was a great finish from them. We talked about their confidence building up right from the last game to this game, and shout out to him. A little bit more on that, but Falcons, hey, congratulations. Biffle, Ahsoka, Shifty, right now, again, it is their tournament to lose. 2nd place in game 1, top 20 in game number 2, 1st place in 3 and 4, 5th place, 2nd place, and then they return back to the 1st place podium on that 6th and final game. And all of them got to get interviewed, and they all let us know what they were thinking about the competition. They clearly don't have respect for them because they've got to respect them because Falcons is on top. But I want to go back to Aiden because for me, very happy with their performance today. Again, I was like, where are they at? We didn't see a lot of them from like the first, 3 or so, 4 games, but then all of a sudden they started showing face. We finally got the observers on them, and they just were tearing it up the last 2 games. Absolutely phenomenal. 1st and 2nd place, Dandro. I'm so happy with their placing.
Yeah, I mean, this team has come online. I think it's safe to say that. They, while you said we haven't been able to check in with them as much through those first couple of games, these last 2 games, I love that we were able to really showcase what they've been doing to be, I think unofficially our 2nd place team, coming in with 30 points tomorrow. So it seems like everything is clicking for this squad. If you watched any of the tournaments and scrims leading up to the event, it was really felt like they were on the upward trajectory. We talked about, a lot that over this World Series of Warzone season, you wanted to peak here today, right? You wanted your competition to kind of hit its maximum here today. And it seems like for this team, they're finally starting to do that. And that is what you want to be having to happen.
Yeah, I just absolutely want to tip my hat to Aiden, by the way. I love all 3 of the gents on this team. I spoke a lot about what I think about Z-Smith, but Aiden in particular, it feels like, quite often we see large content creators in the spaces. They kind of, you can lose your passion a little bit.
That's
Aiden
true. Very
always
true.
turns up big at these events, and he's leading the line at the minute with 32 kills for his squad, really putting on out there. And there just seems to be something about him where he locks in when it comes to these big events and makes sure that he's helping drive his team over the line.
Yeah, and I love that you say that. The adversity that he has to go through, because I myself have seen him have a teammate or they got disconnected in some way, shape, or form. So that I think it was a game number 3 that Z-Smith did, in fact, have 0 because of that disconnect. So going against that adversity and still being able to show up as they did, Bro, like, flowers, man, because I would have been losing full for times 3, right?
Right. Well, Omit EU, Community, Echo, I think holding on just barely to that 5th place. They finish off, I believe, in around 17th. I'm wondering if that was enough to hold on because they were just there by a thread. But that should be your top 5. Of course, we'll be tallying the scores here on the back end. That's 6 games down. And now we have a good understanding of what the points are going to look like going in tomorrow into the, of course, the match points, which the first time we'll see that on the global stage. Even though the first 6 games are done, we still have Solo YOLO. Game number 7, $50,000 from first place. Who's going to take it? We're going to find out. Before we do, though, we're going to take a quick break. But I want to leave you off with a little interview with FIFA and his crew. And where did Jukies go?
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the World Series of Warzone here in Las Vegas. I'm here with Team FIFA Kill, and that is going to be, of course, FIFA Kill, Lennon, and Jukies. It's fair to say, lads, it's been a bit of a rocky road. Can you talk about why it's been a tough year?
I mean, we had a good start in the group stages with, I think, 4th place overall in Europe. And then an update came out, our buy station left, and we didn't know where to land anymore. So the rest of the story has just basically been trying to find a home for us.
I know that you are talking... Where's Liam gone?
Wait, what? He was literally just there. Not again.
We got an interview. Oh, come on.
Hey, we'll come back for that on Sunday.
What are the real expectations for your team this week?
We're one of those teams that it can all come together on the day. So I think we have a very high ceiling. I think on our day we could definitely get a top 3 for sure. I mean, it's LAN. LAN and online is so different. We haven't really been able to play on equal ping. On the EU ones, we played a lot better. And we've all got experience on LAN, so I think that's going to play in our favor.
You two in particular, what does this guy bring to your team?
I think the most important thing he brings to the team is kills. He's usually our top fragger.
He's very good at breaking down a team, deciding strategically how we're going to do that, where we're going to get the opening knock, coordinating where we should be to break down a team.
Liam, you're not going to get away with just having your ego lifted here. I'm going to ask as well, what do your teammates bring to this trio?
Liam brings an extra set of eyes, but I don't mean that. I mean, like, his vision is great in the team. I get my trade as well. Sometimes if I get full killed, he'll get the 2-piece, even if I don't get a knock. Len's very good at that, and FIFA's good at leading us around the map, you know. I'll pick the fights and maybe coordinate the fights, but like wherever we fight, like what area we are, that's all on FIFA, and that obviously comes with a big part of his brain. I think he's one of the smartest players to ever grace the game, so I've got one of the best gunnies, one of the best brains with me, so that's what they bring.
So we've got one of the best slayers, one of the best supports, one of the best leaders, 3 great gentlemen of the space. I'm looking forward to watching you do something great this weekend, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And that was Team FIFA Kill here at the World Series of Warzone Global Finals in Las Vegas.
Jukies is an absolute character. It was great watching that entire team play today. Of course, FIFA Kill, Lennon, and Jukies. They definitely played a lot better than they did during the qualifier. Still some more work needing to be done tomorrow, but they know what they need to do to find success. 6 games done. It was exhilarating to watch the teams fight. I mean, really to the death to try and get as many points as possible so they can earn their bonus points heading into tomorrow's competition. And speaking of which, we had 6 wonderful games, and even the start of the day from drop number 1, well, it was absolutely exciting, and we saw a team end up winning that we didn't talk about in the top of the show, and they ended up proving themselves to be absolutely wonderful. I can't wait to see how Solo YOLO is going to work out, but just to recap once again, game number 1, right? B-Mark, J-Tech, Slide, Revenge Tour, making it happen, Dandro.
Yeah, this is a team that we've kind of been talking every single time that really is just pure passion, right? This is what the World Series of Warzone is all about, is allowing an opportunity for teams like this to be able to come in to prove that they have what it takes to compete against the best of the best. I know J-Tech specifically has been on his grind trying to prove himself as a top-tier competitor and taking game one as a way to do that. We got to hear from B-Mark in the interview with Miles, and it was just so cool to hear how much this win meant to them as a team. I think it was really, really cool to see that. But this game also brought a number of other highlights as well. I got to shout it out because it was insane. The Heeds 1v2 that we saw from Omit EU was absolutely wild. This was a great way to start our day.
It was, and it was the first chance we had a chance to see COD Community on Rational Scum and Doggy like truly showcase that they can get eliminations with the placings. That started their run throughout the day to finish up into top 5. And Omit EU obviously taking that victory was just absolutely tremendous. And they've been a talking point ever since that Game 2 win, that Game 2 moment. Now, Game number 3 brought us a lot of great moments as well. It was incredibly fast-paced. And, Gio, this is where Falcons started to come into their own. We had that interview with Biffle afterwards. All the other teams just absolutely sucked. But this was the first win for Falcons and their first, at least, journey into first place.
Yeah, I mean, Game 2 was a pretty crazy game, although these clips are from Game 3.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, Game 3 was a really crazy game, and it was a little bit slower paced than the game that came before it. But even though it had kind of a similar circle towards the end, but just such an explosive ending, I think, was so exciting, and just again seeing that pattern come out from Falcons, and it really set a precedent, I think, for the rest of the day. You know, we got a lot of smack talk from them, and on the one hand you're like, oh, that, you know, that's a rocky road because you never know, you might not be able to uphold it, and they've been able to do that for the rest of the day.
Exactly, and I mean, of course, before all that happened, and Falcons did have an impressive win, but we can't forget Omit EU. They did take the game number 2, and of course, the duality between, of course, I love Brahmalok and Heeds, but it was Enkyo, right? Enkyo being that 18-year-old, the star player last year, not able to make it, but this year now comes, and he has been lights out on land. Enkyo, I'm just truly impressed with how he's been able to hold his resilience on land, because you guys know, as a new enough coming player, that's hard to do.
Well, game number 4 did not disappoint for Falcons fans. They come back and they end up winning themselves. We had a chance to actually hear from Shifty. He went absolutely berserk on stage and let everybody know that they are terrible with some additional words.
Yeah, I hope he's making the fat check streaming, because that boy's out the game. But I think for good reason, though, right? They're feeling themselves. They are feeling confident, and we're able to kind of, you know, I think start really remembering who they are in this lobby. But I think it was game number 5 that really also really took me just to really lock in on the games, because this is where Aiden, DJ Moss, and Z-Smith played beautifully. You saw this ending moment. I got to give some props to Soka. You tried to make that classic LTV play like we've seen you do time and time again, but when he actually hopped in that LTV, you actually saw 8 of them beaming his toes from underneath the vehicle, so kind of delayed him not being able to do it. But a huge game either way that kind of led into game number 6, which was honestly, I think, definition banger.
Absolute banger indeed. Hey, Gio, game number 6, Falcons. The question was, how much of a lead would they have going in to that final game and afterwards, right? Which we still don't know the official answer. But game 6, get to hear from Hisoka because, well, Falcons won again.
Yeah, no, it was an absolutely insane ending. I mean, I was sat in the green room and I was like lying on the floor, and I just, you know, I was thinking this might be a relaxing. No, it wasn't relaxing at all. It was just the screaming everywhere. I could hear it all coming from in here, and just so many fans like so thrilled to see that outcome, and just such a perfect conclusion to the day of the trios as well, I think, because they were really setting a story in stone today that they managed to follow through with ever more impressive wins, I think.
All right, well, it's time to take a look at our standings, and I'm sure they're going to be celebrating just as much when it gets pulled up. And the reason why is because first place, no surprise, Team Falcons take it. Oh my God, 206.8 to 122.6. And I tell you what, they said they wanted to win EWC by 100 points. Well, they nearly did the same thing here in the global finals. Absolutely nutty. But let's go down the list, right? Because it's more than just the Falcons. Dream, Team Aiden, absolutely performed so well today. COD Community, Omit EU, and Team Echo to round out 5 through 2nd.
Yeah, and remember, the teams 2nd through 5th do get awarded 30 points of the advantage. But for Team Aiden, amazing. I mean, for these kind of results, you guys, this is kind of was this kind of in the predictions? You'd say
A little bit.
a little bit. I would say I see 3 at least of the teams that we've.
I feel like going back to that whole conversation at the beginning of the day about the NA versus EMEA versus whatever has been answered.
Yep, no, you're right, Gio. It has. So we have the top 3 teams all from NA, baby.
Why we gotta do that now?
I'm feeling great.
Freedom.
Okay, Gio, she switching sides. She came across the pump, and now she realizes NA is it's just great to represent. This is 11 through 20. Now, keep note, these bonus points are still being awarded going into tomorrow for all of these rosters. It's not until you get outside of top 30, 35, I believe, when it starts to drop off to 0. But a lot of great names here as well. Who are we looking at?
Well, I'm looking at Team Exiles, honestly. I know Dream, this is kind of one of your teams that you really love too. Of course, Huskers, Brolic, and Jackal. They had a big question mark on them after the EW, so we even heard some smack talk happening. But 13th, after sort of the performances they've had, is really, really nice.
Yeah, and for me though, Super Evan, right? Like you're looking at their group stages, their performances 5th, 6th, 2nd. I mean, even in the regionals, and just the fact that. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know, for Super Evan, I really thought he was unlocked, but for Outer Eyes, this is his first LAN, right? So
sure.
Another first LAN. I hope to maybe see a little bit of a comeback from them tomorrow.
And shout out to V8. I know Enigma was really big on them. They finished in 15th, destroying his roster in 16th place. They had a big moment, I believe, in game number 4, maybe game number 3, if I'm not mistaken. Anyways, final zone, they come in and finish top 4, but they did so in explosive fashion. Well done to them and all the rosters. They ended up getting bonus points going into tomorrow. They're going to be valuable because you never know how many games we're going to get in the match point format. As far as eliminations go, though, I wonder what the top list is looking like. We've been following it all day. Well, Hisoka and Biffle will round out 1st and 2nd place at 39 through 38, but they're not the only 2 who ended up being on that list.
No, I mean, you can see a lot of these teams here. I got to shout out Aiden and Z-Smith. They're in 6th and 10th. You have a number of other players. You got Dongi in 3rd and Scummin in 7th, right? It's seeming like we have a lot of our top teams all had 2 players that are here on our top eliminations, right, to join up. This really, when you look at this board, I know it sounds stupid and very straightforward, but it's the teams that have multiple people on this list are usually our top teams because they are the people taking advantage of that placement multiplier and really, you know, saying, hey, we have a large number of kills. Let's go ahead. Let's multiply that by 1.8.
I love that you said that because I'm seeing like their collective duos, right? The teams that have their duos, they're winning their engagements, their chemistry's on point, and the anchor players are staying alive. So I mean, even on this, right, we don't see Unrational up there, but he was still doing exactly what he needed to do for Scummin and Dongi to do their thing.
The thing I find really interesting about this is that Hisoka actually wasn't that high up the elimination leaderboard until very much the latter half of the day.
Yeah.
It was really Biffle who was kind of taking that the top spot, and then I think it was after either drop 4 or drop 5, Hisoka just shot up. And, you know, deserved. Like, he's been playing like a madman, but it's really interesting. We look at it and we're like, oh yeah, of course he's at the top. But, you know, that was, that came at the second half of the day.
I want to even say in the last 2 games, like 23 eliminations.
Yeah, something like that.
Like his last 2 games were absolutely nutty, and we started seeing him heat up, especially after he started shooting bodies. He is just, man, when he heats up, and that's always been Hisoka. That's just a Hisoka way, right? Well, that's it, right, when it comes to bonus points. The 6 games have concluded. Now let's start gearing up for Solo YOLO. One winner to take it all, $50,000. Who's it going to be? Well, before we get into the current Solo YOLO, let's take a step back in time and look at the reactions from the other Solo YOLO competitions.
1 versus 1. Hits the stun. Down for the win. He gets it.
Shield.
He wins it! He wins it! Scum gets the dub! Oh my gosh, he's going crazy!
Players 1-on-1!
Oh, he runs out of ammo! He runs out of ammo! No way! Blade wins it! It's FIFA and Pie. And there's the kill. FIFA! This time FIFA able to get it! He gets the win!
Come on, get the one! Get the one! You've got to go in on the Brennan! He doesn't knock! Predicted Skullface! Skullface wins 100K and the Solo YOLO!
Skullface, go get your check, my friend! $100,000 in pocket, and he does it with style. 10 eliminations in a dream. Skullface goes huge from a gift from Sage and then well-earned cash. Skullface is your Solo YOLO winner.
There's been a lot of solo YOLO winners, without question, but Skullface winning that moment in London was incredible. The confetti coming down, his responses to what he was doing for his celebration, all of it was just absolutely magical. Skullface, man, that's my guy. Unfortunately, he's not here today, so we will have a new winner for sure coming through. Now, we do have FIFA and Blade who are going to be competing today, and they are previous solo YOLO winners, so they have a chance to, I believe, be the first to ever win 2 solo YOLOs and will earn a lot of money in their bag. We'll see if they'll be able to do so, but so many great competitors. Actually do want to start queuing up, if you don't mind, some predictions. And chat, you actually start getting involved. Let us know who you think is going to take the solo YOLO. Is it going to be the pink-haired guy right there, Mr. FIFA himself? Maybe so. He's actually questioning, is it going to be him? And maybe it will be. $50,000, by the way, a lot of money, especially when you're in Vegas. Let's be very clear on that. So who's it going to be, Dantra? Who are you thinking?
Man, I mean, there's so many people I could pick up, but I have to go off of a little bit of like recency bias and also just who knows how to play this map really well. When we looked at last year, we saw obviously Skullface win that, but who are the 2 players that were still in the lobby that he had to outplay? It was, of course, Breadman and Hisoka. Now, listen, I know I said earlier it's an easy pick Hisoka, but I actually got Bread on this one, man. He is the smartest Warzone player I think I know. He has played so many hours of pubs just on this map. He knows all of the rat spots. He plays solos. He knows how to do it. I'm going with Breadman, my dude.
Going with Breadman. That is a solid pick. Actually, we're going to do things a little bit different. Last year we had a Will. This year we've got a randomizer, and I think that's the best way to do it. Let's bring up our randomizer. We've got everybody right here. We got the solo YOLO wild card, and in fact, whammy, no whammy. Who's it going to be? Do we say stop? Gio, I think you just got to say stop if I'm not mistaken. Oh, we want to stop. Okay, Gromalok is a solid pick. I'll go ahead and put that there in the bank. We'll put a post-it in it. Can we get another one potentially? Maybe we'll get like 3 just to kind of see if any of them are going to work out. Maybe not. That's okay. All right, on camp. Hey, Gromalok is the pick. Gromalok is the winner, okay? And we'll see if he's going to take the victory. Hey, Gromalok's a solid pick. What do you think, Dream? Gromalok, they're getting it done? No, you got somebody else. Okay, that's fine. Who do you got?
Well, you know, I was thinking, like, if Shifty takes it seriously, maybe him. So, I mean, we can't keep giving him. Okay. Jukies. Jukies, listen. There was a solo YOLO year. I think this was 2022, okay? I don't remember now. My age is confusing me. But he literally was just sitting there in a corner, Jukies knows how to play the map too. You guys know that guy, knows how to stay alive. He knows how to win his ones. I think he's going to take it.
Okay, well, Gio, I think you're up. Gio Gesser. Let's see, who do you think is going to win out of 120?
Listen, I'm going to do this more as a personal favor. I caused a bit of a stir in the EMEA finals when I said that FIFA Kill was cooked. He's told me this weekend that we have generational beef. So I'm going to predict him as an apology for saying he's cooked, but if he doesn't get it, he really is cooked. Okay?
He really is cooked.
I respect it.
This is last chance.
Okay, last chance. All right, for me, I'm feeling sentimental. I remember Aiden being a huge conversation in nearly all of our conversations when it comes to solo YOLO, mainly because of the riot shield, so take that for what you will. This year, I'm going to go with Aiden as my prediction. I think Aiden's going to win that $50,000, and he's probably going to buy a new watch to put on. His watch is beautiful, by the way. Aiden, great guy. He's taking this victory, but can he do it without a riot shield? That's the real question that only he can answer. Now, if you don't know what's up for grabs, let's remind you. Let's pull up our pricing, because I've been saying it, $50,000, and you notice, at least for 119 other teams, well, they're going to be getting literally $0. Hey, whoever did, they wanted to be very clear. Everybody walks away with 0. First place gets $50,000, okay? So that's a lot of moolah, and actually more than some trios will even earn, right, throughout the
Great point.
tomorrow. Let's extend on that point, Denja. What do you think?
I think that if you win the solo YOLO and your team sucks in the trios, your team probably hates you. Like, you're like, I don't know, maybe you're feeling good. Maybe you split it with the boys, go out for a nice dinner or something. But I think if you win the solo YOLO, but you didn't perform well in the trios, it's at least like a nice consolation prize in my field. It's like, hey, you alone, you're really good. Your teammates, not so much.
Under pressure, they're going to be like, hey, you better split that.
But alternatively, if you win the solo YOLO and you win the trios, then you've got $350,000.
That's a lot of money. $350,000. What can you even buy with that? A case of water? I mean, come on, you can buy really anything. I don't know.
Yeah, case of water.
Look, I'm dumb. I'm 32. These dad jokes are getting worse and worse, dude. Anyways, with that being said, dude, I will, and I'm done now, Dandro. You always reminded me about my gray hairs. Hey, check it. Nobody better comment on that, by the way. Anyways, with that being said, Solo YOLO, it's absolutely incredible. I'm thinking, though, what is the way to win? Because Skullface did it, right? He did it with the high grounds. I'm thinking others have tried to do it with the Riot Shield. It hasn't worked. No, it did work. Excuse me, Blade, if I'm not mistaken, one with...
I'm thinking get the most kills.
Okay, so Geo's thinking get the most kills, which is a bit spicy, actually. Dandro, what are you thinking?
I think we have a lot of stuff in this sandbox that can really help you actually trying to go for that win. I think, well, we are playing solo, so we aren't in the World Series of Warzone playlist. So everything is on the table now, ladies and gentlemen. So we saw in that clip, Chow using that shotgun.
Yes.
I think it depending on where zone pulls, if we get like a city zone pull, you rat it up. Throw on the Riot Shield, grab that Reclaimer, grab one of those shotguns, the full auto one, throw the Dragon's Breath on it, just get real toxic. Why not? You haven't been able to. Get here. We're going to see Bouncing Betties, Claymores, just everything just to kind of have you hold on up. I think if people really are seriously thinking about this, there's a lot of just cheese you can pull out to really get here.
It's the ranked demon method.
Oh.
You know?
Okay.
Like, you know, it's like when it's 5 a.m., you're in your basement at home and you've got Cheetos. Like, you know,
Really
it's like that kind of vibe. Like,
My strategy, I would say, my strategy.
Yeah, sure.
All right, I think to win this is you got to feel yourself. All right.
Okay.
And you'll see some of these players talking to themselves, just like, okay, I'm gonna go here, I'm just vibing here, and that's why I picked Jukies, right? Because he feels himself.
Okay.
So talk to yourself, and just know that there are 119 people in the lobby, and you have to stay alive. What do you do for all that time, right? Like, you can hear things. Maybe grab a vehicle. Okay, we see a lot of people in the solo YOLOs previously have a vehicle to get around, but at the end of the day, stay alive and vibe with yourself.
Vibe with yourself. The more time that I spend with myself, I do start to hear things, and it gets quite scary. So I try not to spend too much time alone. All right. Well, there's a lot of ways to win Solo YOLO. The question is, what is the way that they will win, and what would you be doing to take your own victory out there? Because again, Skullface, he had his chance to win, and he absolutely owned it over in London. Now we watched this take place, Dandro. That high ground was beautiful.
This was just actually such like a big brain play from Skull to have these two players down below you and literally force them to basically fight each other. I don't think they realized Skull was up there. So he kind of waits and he's able to just pounce like a pit viper out of nowhere to clean up the rest of it. It was just absolutely beautiful. And honestly, there was no one more poised to take this because Skullface was the king of solos, okay? He would just be, I swear, I couldn't sleep sometimes. I'd open up my app, my Twitch app, it'd be like 3:30 in the morning and I'm seeing Skull. He's just like, oh, I'm grinding solos at 3:30 in the morning. Like, brother, we're on the same time zone. Like, go to bed, please.
Hey, for what it's worth, and I do want to shout him out once again because he's not here, like he won that, and then he goes on to win like 2 other solo YOLOs after that. So as far as I'm concerned, he's the king of solo YOLO. But we'll have one official king, at least for today in Vegas, right after this final game ends. And we gave our predictions again. Let us know what you guys are thinking out there. So just to recap, the randomizers chose Gromalok. And actually, Gio, you had a hand in that. But Gio, you went with FIFA. If he doesn't win this, he is officially cooked. He's actually cooked. But even more important, if he does win, he would be the only competitor in solo YOLO history to win 2 solo YOLO events, netting himself quite a bit. I believe it was $100,000, if I'm not mistaken, for the last one he won. So $150,000 earned. Dandro, you're going Breadman. And do you always go Breadman? There's somebody.
Me.
You always go
I usually
Breadman.
go. Yeah. But last year I think it was Tiff that said Skullface, and then I said Bread, and I said Brother. Yeah, we're gonna switch it up this year.
Switch it up this year, and you go over towards Jukies.
Yeah.
Which I'm never mad at.
Yeah, you can't be mad at it.
You can't be
He
mad
knows
at
how to
him.
win his ones. He knows how to stay alive. But the one thing again is I feel like that could potentially for the solo YOLO, whoever wins.
Okay.
Those rotations with those vehicles, I really think we're going to see a lot of vehicles. I mean, we always, every single year, right?
So vehicles.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It's just all over the map.
Yeah.
It's going to be important.
So vehicles might be the way too. Again, we opened up Pandora's box once again. All the ways to win solo YOLO. Let's take a look at the winning moments once again, right? Those winning reactions have been called by so many talents throughout all of the years, throughout solo YOLO history. And as we do take a step back in the past, obviously we started solo YOLO off with Scump taking the victory, which was absolutely incredible. The King taking this moment. I remember this very vividly, Denver.
Yeah, no, this was honestly is etched in Warzone history. For the only reason for me, you have Scump, multi-millionaire Scump at this point, just clutched up a $100,000 map, and I think he looked more excited for this than some of his COD Champs wins, okay? Absolutely
Those
insane.
were old for him at that point.
Yeah, exactly. But it was such a cool moment to watch him basically come in. His team in that event, by the way, didn't do great. Him and Formal kind of, we're kind of bottom of the leaderboard. We don't got to talk about it. But he's able to come out and win that solo YOLO. It was a really cool moment to be able to see. And then also in that same thing on the EU side, have Chow H be able to take that one.
Chow took it with the Riot Shield. And by the way, that is one of the biggest moments in Chow's competitive history, and it was so good to watch that take place. Obviously, Juki's on your screen. He's going for a win. He doesn't actually get this win, sadly. He falls a little bit short. You see the jaw drop. And that's why I like that Dream actually went over for Juki's, because she remembers that moment, and she wants Juki's to be on top. But at the end of the day, it was actually one of our other competitors taking the win.
Yeah, all those rotations was crazy, but of course, Blade being able to take that win, the Italian stallion, but over here it was crazy, man. The Riot Shields, the live plays, and over on the other side, it was FIFA kill, and that really seems to be the trend, right? The Riot Shields.
Look at his fan. By the way, he's upgraded his setup quite a bit since his success throughout the streaming and a competitor.
It was the prize pool.
It was the prize pool, yeah.
He
He was actually able to get AC in his house. He didn't have to use a buck
Got out of the shed.
the corner. Well done, FIFA. Solo YOLO really does change lives. And obviously, Skullface, as we talked about, that stadium erupted. And I hope everybody here in Vegas will erupt whenever we finally do get our winner. I don't know who it's going to be. You guys, please let me know. It's, again, 140 wonderful competitors looking to take that victory. Solo YOLO is just right around the corner. You know us, we like to yap. So we are going to continue to yap and just keep it going, because it's just having fun.
Yeah.
Watching Warzone all day. That's what it's all about. The best competitors in the world. We've waited so long since last year to get to this very stage. And, well, now that we're here, I'm loving every single bit of it. We've had some wonderful interviews, and primarily been Falcons, granted, but we've had some incredible interviews because they've just managed to talk as much trash as possible. One thing I do hope we get is interviews, quite a lot of them throughout every single elimination throughout Solo YOLO. And I don't know if any of them will be happy, but hopefully they'll take it in stride. Dandro, Solo YOLO, it means a lot to the competitors, but it's also a chance to kind of just honestly have fun compared to what they were doing the last 6 games.
Yeah, I mean, it's been stuffy for 6 games. You know, everybody's sitting there. Everybody's been like, can we please play? Can we get on into it? And now we are finally here at the Solo YOLO. It's time for them to have fun, like you said, but not have too much fun, because you're trying to win $50,000, okay? So I think it's an opportunity for, there's going to be some people who are taking this very seriously and have probably prepped to be able to get into this lobby. And I guarantee you there are probably some competitors who are just like, yeah, I'm just going to have fun, right? Do something to unwind after the day, kind of get your night started, because I know a lot of these guys, they're going to go back to their hotel rooms, they're going to hit the VOD review with the squad, and to be prepared for tomorrow. So being able to just to have some fun, and a reminder, everybody, every competitor here is also streaming to their own channels as well. So it's nice, just like fun content for their stream as well, just to kind of be able to watch that, be alongside their favorite competitor as they try and take home $50,000.
Well, Z Smith gave us an interview, and he said, you just have to have fun. If you're having fun, you're playing well. And I fully agree with that philosophy from Z Smith. That was after Aiden and Co.'s Game 5 win. Congratulations to them. Second place in that game number 6. Go to your point, though. Yes, each individual perspective is being streamed. We do appreciate you being here on the main broadcast. However, if you're hanging out with us, I love that, Gio, that every individual creator gets a chance to stream. I'm not going to do the math, but what, 140 players up there, plus their streaming setup, that's 280 computers on that stage. It did it instantly. I didn't even know how I did that. But 280 computers. But Gio, to connect with their audience like that is pretty special while competing for so much money in front of an amazing crowd.
No, I think it's so cool. And I think that's one of the really nice things actually about like the Warzone community overall is it's a very interactive community in terms of like how it likes to just, you know, it's a very loyal followings, and people are really, really into these players that they follow. And I think, you know, when we had content creators like Repulse, who was up here earlier on, who's been a really good conduit between the community and between like the culture of the scene and the players and whatnot, and it all feels very close. Like it makes everybody feel like they're all a part of it. So even for those of you at home who aren't here with us in Las Vegas, you know, you can actually like feel like you're really a part of the tournament, the competition, and you really get to kind of like go along for the ride with whomever your favorite player is, because you know you're you choose whose stream you want to watch. And yeah, I think that's really cool because I just think that for a lot of these players who are so used to, you know, really delving into that content side of things, and they do a lot of streaming as well, the fact that the biggest thing in their career, this event, also gets to be a part of that is a really important part of the culture.
All right, so from what I'm hearing, about 15 minutes until we get into I'm joking. Come on, let's get into Solo YOLO right now. I'm ready to get it going. Who's going to earn $50,000? Let's send it over to our casters, Spider, Tiff, and Goge.
Wow, what a great segment talking about the Solo YOLO. You know what they didn't ask is who we were going for, Tiff. So I have one word for everybody out there. I'm a bandwagon fan. I think we all know it. I never like to be wrong. So I am repping the bread today, all right? It's Breadman all day, Cloud9 till I die. I'm not biased. Or wait, yes, I am.
Hey, look, you gotta love it. And as soon as I saw Bread tweet this out, he was like, look, Lola cooked. Let me tell you about this shirt. And can we like just see how many different iterations of bread are on this shirt? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Look, I can't count very well, but there we go. Now we just need a little bit of maybe some Ringo involved in that. You know, one of his cats.
I mean, give me some cats. Give me 5 breads. Why not? I can name all different types of breads because he's going to win this, no questions asked. Artisan, whole wheat, white.
Sourdough. Sure. Yeah, just keep going there. But let's be real, because we've got a Solo YOLO, $50,000 on the line. Anything goes, Goge. We're going to see riot shields. We're going to see chaos. We're going to see a bloodbath. But who's going to take it all? Let's find out.
Well, good evening, Vegas, and good evening, Urzikstan. We're going to be starting with Breadman. Thank you, production. Thank you very much. Folks, we're going to be taking a look at all the streamer POVs because they've got beautiful faces. They're probably talking to their chats. And, well, it's solos. We don't care about a team because there isn't one. You alone, you are on an island, and frankly, you've got a lot to prove and a ton to earn. And already, it looks like Otterize is getting into the mix and taking down Aiden, sending him to the gulag.
Wow, man. You remember, like, some of the content we put out, and we were talking about the Solo YOLO in particular. It was Aiden who said, I'm kind of owed one at this point. Second to Scump back in 2021, and E700 on the other side. Do or die.
Every gulag matters. This is do or die. And Aiden, nice shots down lane. Both players' shields cracked. Where do you go from here? He's going to push the equation. Aiden gets the gunfight, and Aiden wins the gunfight. What did I say earlier? You go to the gulag against Aiden, it's not a good time.
I mean, E700 down and out. No 50K for you. We're already to 117. And, well, Otterize spectating here. King AJ still in the mix, coming back from the gulag. And I almost feel like I can see the pain in his eyes from that.
Yeah, Otter, I think, got killed off rip and then lost gulag. I'm not sure, but unfortunately out. Now, we go to the King, the player at the top. Obviously, the Falcons just won by 80-some-odd points in day one. This is the most earned Warzone player of all time, and he's done it in an unbelievable fashion. Will he retire? Maybe if he wins this 50K, he'll say, yeah, I'm done. See you later.
Look, hear me out. I was seeing some tweets on the timeline, and, well, Shifty himself said, hey, if I win this, I'm going to go drop 50K on Black.
Okay. All right, Shifty. Hold your horses, my man. That's a lot of money. All right. I mean, you do you. We'll see. Biffle's talking, saying, okay, you're in pop-up maybe, or maybe there's people in pop-up.
Oh, here we are.
All right, Shifty. Look, it would be pretty interesting to see, you know, the Falcons win day one, one of them win the Solo YOLO, and then win tomorrow as well. I mean, talk about inevitable. Jeez.
I always feel like somebody's watching me, and when you've got a precision airstrike and we're actually doubling down, using it as binoculars, just lurking, not shooting, not want to give your positions away, and well, the LTV incoming. Please tell me that's a missile, right? We saw him kind of lurking amongst.
True. It could be. I'm not really sure. I'm just here for a good time and a long time. Folks, I'm going to be honest. The only thing that matters right now is that, well, we've lost, it looks like 10 players out of this lobby. And gulags are going to be key. And otherwise, none of these kills matter. It's about setting yourself up for the in-game. We can talk strategy all day long, but there's going to be a crazy amount of players alive in this in-game. And I think my question is, what circle will we get? If it's city, it's going to be nuts. If it's wide out in the open, it might not be as chaotic, and vehicles will be key.
Well, down into the bunker we go. You can see that red outline on the mini-map. That means we're popping up on a UAV, and, well, we're spotted there, and that's kind of unfortunate, right? Constantly having that influx of pressure, but this is where you've got to ice it up. And, hey, you talked a lot of game earlier in the trios, but now you got to stand on it in the solos.
I mean, if he's been doing anything today, he's certainly been standing on business, so
100%.
I'm sure he is not afraid of this fight. We're going to take his time. We'll take our time checking out all the POVs that we can. Everybody's important, but the Falcons, of course, on top, getting cut down from behind. It looks like multiple players actually shooting at him, but you're right, it's Vision cutting him down. A little bit too much gas there. Uh-oh, we got Noobs on the other side?
That's a formidable foe.
I'm scared. This is you.
I honestly am kind of nervous for him. Now, we have to think about this, right? Noobs is going to want that 50K. Shifty opens it up with a nice shield crack there, and that connects as well. The molly to let it burn. Salt in the wound. Shifty back to Urzikstan we go. Now, you know, the one prediction I actually didn't get to give out, and I talked a lot about it. I thought Bredman yesterday at dinner. I was saying DJ Moss during the earlier series, but then I remembered something. Think back to last year. Skullface does win, right?
Right.
Do you remember that initial gulag? There was a man named Sage, who's currently on our stage, that gifted a gulag to him to a lot of controversy in the Copper Box Arena. Maybe Sage is owed one.
That is a great call. The amount that I got booed, it didn't quite rival Dandro, but it was close. I got booed so much, and I was like, oh, this is a good-hearted thing. Nobody wants to see that. Come on, Goat, you dumbo. But it's a great call. I think Sage could win this one. Obviously a fantastic player. And frankly, he's kind of known for being really good at playing his life as a solo. So, I mean, we'll see.
Well, a bounty currently on Enkyo, currently up on your screen, and, well, that's kind of unfortunate, and we want to see some real powerhouse moves from the French here. They had some good, strong plays in that roster. I mean, top 5, right? Magnificent for them, but at 50,000, but Shifty is out. No 50K on Black, comes back in from the gulag, chows for the high ground, and seems to have it, but it is Zeppa who ice in the veins, takes that 1v1. I mean, we know Zeppa's been around throughout a long time, thinking on just multiplayer side of things, challengers, and, well, now we see why.
Thunder from down under. Australians came to play. Nice take. Wiping Shifty out of the map. You got to be feeling untouchable right now. I was about to say, let's check him out. Let's see what's going on. Looks like a couple people looking at his loadout, though, and guess what? It's solo. You take your loadout, it goes away. Luckily, there's another one there to hide behind and still looking nice and good. Now, the other thing I love about looking at our streamer POVs, too, we actually get to see who has been to the gulag, right? So we still have that gulag token there, which means Zep can go to the gulag. There's a lot that could happen in this solos playlist. Dandro perfectly called that out. It's chaos, right? Yeah. This is not World Series of Warzone Trios playlist. You're going to see C4s again. You know, there's all types of stuff happening potentially for these players, so we'll see what happens.
Oh, it's going to be a lot of C4s. We get a quick glance at the map. Very central. Some counter UAVs out towards the northeastern side of things to give you more information on where players are, because it is all about gathering that information and resource management towards the end game. And when you kind of situate yourself out here on this coastline, on the outskirts of Zaravan City, this is where you can look for teams that are kind of, I say teams, it's just a solo. There's no teams involved. It's all betrayals all the time.
All right, Big B on our screen. Brolic. My guy. And frankly, I think it was a great shot by the desk, too. That Husker squad was pretty quiet all day today, but we're able to breach into the top 15.
True.
And Brolic's a big portion of that team, a really, really strong player. And if there's one thing I know about Brolic is he's also very good at solos. So this could be a little bit of a sleeper pick. Not looking super comfortable right now with the PA on his head, but luckily this building holds true. He's able to stay alive and then just hang out here for a little while. Again, this is what most players are going to be doing. If you think this is slow, it's because it is. Just wait. Ooh. You're going to want to catch your breath for the end of this one.
I like that we were running the static Kar 98, right? The static's so good. Dandro broke it down in that deep dive. The 50 base mag on it. Great for mid-range. But then you've got the sniper to really pick people off from afar, which would have been such a boon for when Shifty was up on that hillside. And Brolic, honestly, locked. Invest the counter UAV, has a bunker buster in the back pocket, and we're just going to kind of chill and wait here. Biffle, maybe a team that wants to get hyper aggro and looking for the first elimination, and he's going to get it. See you later, Rocket.
Bye-bye, Rocket. Now, I will say that team did win the wild card game, so there's a chance they can maybe sneak one out, one of those players. But to the gulag we go. These are the most important fights, folks. Louis CM on the other side of XMQ from the APAC region, trying to represent an entire region nearly on his lonesome. See what he's able to do. Unfortunately, Molotov does give him a bit of information, but Louis CM biding his time, waiting for his opponent to make the first move, and he makes it. Cracked shields both sides. Pretty even fight right now. Louis CM gets the better of his opponent. XMQ, see you in the lobby. See you tomorrow.
Easy, you hear it, but honestly, I feel like the adrenaline that's coursing through his body right now was more let out in that side. But Soka, talk about the domination, right? One of the Falcons left alongside Biffle, because we already saw Shifty take that early exit, but this is what he knows. Already up in that industrial area, we're gonna get through power here shortly, but we've got to keep our eyes out. There's going to be a lot of rats lurking about.
A lot of rats. Talk about domination, it's frankly a whole team effort, but Hisoka's IGL calls were fantastic, so I think he knows where to go and how to get there. You just gotta win the gunfight. To the Kula, we go in. Rational in trouble. Wins on the other side. That's Aizen cut down. Adding a little insult to injury. Unrational trying to get right back into the mix. And he's got, he might have foresight. You see how many circles?
He does. He's got foresight.
We know the end circle.
That's where Zeppa was. So Zeppa might have already had that information, but Aiden appears to be full out. J-Tech crushes him with that. Oh, wait, no, he's got the gulag still.
That thing was not moving anywhere.
Oh, that's right.
Solos.
The tokens, man. The gulag re-entry tokens are everything here.
Yep, that's right. And you know what they say, is it 3 times the charm, 3rd time's the charm? Is it you're fighting against Aiden in the gulag, good luck? A great player on the other side, but Aiden gets first blood.
Reads it, patience, keeps on moving, filters it on out, doesn't locate, reads the push again, and now at this point, we're just kind of playing with him.
Yeah, playing with our food, cooks the nade, cleans it up. Yes, chef. Aiden looking masterful in the gulag right now. I think nearly perfect, at least on main stage. Now, again, I kind of let out an exclamatory phrase there for a moment. The fact that we know the end zone is wild. And so we get a chance to look at some of these players, and you're right, Zeppa, it's a good call near this end zone in a great spot. He's going to be hanging out here for a very long time.
But he doesn't have foresight.
That's true.
He doesn't have that information. This is just the craziest guess. Like, that is a gamble if I've ever seen one. Maybe he should have been the one putting 50K on black.
Okay. We are in Vegas after all. Fair enough. Zeppa certainly will be excited about a win if he's able to get it in the best position right now. Now, I will say a lot of these players will start figuring out where they need to go. This is the player, of course, they're going to have to run into if they try to rotate over here. One thing is for certain, a couple of UAVs could maybe rat him out potentially. I think a couple people already know he's up here. He's going to have to fight off the hordes. I mean, it's going to look like zombies here in a little bit. He's got a riot shield just in case. And there's going to be everybody trying to swarm to this building once they figure out what the end zone will be.
The bunker buster going on and a 1v1 over the buy station, but Biffle on the move. Can't be too cautious, right? This has got to be one of the most nerve-wracking things, hitting that rotate. We spot one off, jumping off the rooftop over by that building, and well, I like that we're hugging this bridge side. You see them on the roof, but how do we close the gap? We don't have any smokes currently equipped, and maybe none in the backpack right now, but we do have 2 thermites and a precision airstrike, and we are just gonna snake our way over.
Yeah, I think, though, we forgot we're watching. Biffle doesn't have nerfs. Those don't exist for this man. Most well-learned player, most learned player in history. Best player ever on paper. He's getting pushed, and so he decides to mortar and ward off this LTV. Again, based on that end zone, Tiff, I mean, we have a moment here. Efficacy of vehicles? Maybe not as much as we expected. I think a lot of these folks are thinking about taking vehicles to the end circle, but with the zone that they have, there are some buildings in the area. Might help them for the final circle. We'll see.
Kind of keeping your eyes out, and we decide maybe we don't want to push towards that side.
Cooked.
Yeah, we are looking a little cooked. Okay, so we confirm none in the backpack. We are cooked.
Fucked up that running restock.
Oh. Biffle is talking bad about restock and solo.
He's got cold-blooded though. I mean, look, you see Bird's Eye, cold-blooded. I can't see too much behind the name, but clearly no restock. And well, someone looking to mirror that rotation, dancing around, resolute to try and keep him alive, but that's a knock if I've ever seen one. Hopefully, you've got Gulag left on the other side.
There's the cleanup. Nice wipe.
At least he apologizes. Does he actually mean it though?
You don't need kills, yeah. See you in the end game. Slowly but surely, we'll see if the tortoise or the hare wins this race. Who's there first, who's there last? Could go either direction at this point, but Biffle on the edge of zone, looking for a couple more pieces of prey out in the distance and not finding anybody else. Biding his time, so we're gonna check out Zeppa back on high ground. Back in a great spot, apparently spotting a couple down below.
He will need to rotate just a little bit, but honestly, where we saw that on foresight, it shores up right around this area. And with that big game bounty, you know, being disappeared from it, it's crazy because he's currently on 5 eliminations. Gio on the desk was like, no, I want to see someone that has fragged their way. Look, Aiden's back.
Wait, it's Aiden
against Youngsters.
versus Young? Oh, these guys used to be friends.
Here, okay, look, he goes, Aiden's gonna play fast, I can already tell. And this is the same peak that everyone's taken on Aiden.
I'm sure they still are friends, by the way, but not right now. Aiden pushed the equation, punished!
Oh my god!
Aiden, back to the gulag this time, finally loses.
I forgot, chat, don't back out, because we might get jump right.
That is, wow.
Oh.
Five head, big brain. Aiden says, we might get jailbreak. I don't know if there's anybody back there that can pull the strings. I'm in for a jailbreak. I don't know if the audience is, but I am in for a jailbreak.
I do love a little bit of a chaotic ending. Think of it, maybe Circle 7. Everyone sees an influx. We already know where it's going thanks to some of the players having foresight, but Youngsta's back feet on the ground recoups the STG, and it's really interesting to see kind of the different iterations of what players have kind of cooked up to use here in this solo YOLO. I couldn't even imagine winning $50,000 from one game.
Well, to the action we go, because as expected, the zombie hordes are here. Foreign Jace gets cut down. I believe it's a mortar from distance. Maybe Jace's, maybe somebody else's. It's able to take down Zeppa. He does have a self-revive. You called it. Resource management. Everything's okay if you're
There's
Zeppa.
another one.
And has another one based on his opponent, giving him a freebie. So thank you, Jace. We appreciate you. Zeppa has 8 eliminations, by the way. Easily will go up into double digits in this map, I can only assume, because everybody wants this building and any other building in zone going into 4th and 5th. Also, eyes on the top left-hand corner of your screen as people flying in. This gulag is closing shortly. This map's about to get a whole lot more dicey.
Okay, good. We saw Gromalock, the randomizer, picked Grom to win, and unfortunately down and out. Maybe able to just snake into the gulag if they had that token available to them. But for now, all eyes on Zeppa, just reaping the area of the lobby. Time is of the essence, though, and I'd be really curious to see, is anyone else going to make a play for it? We're just going to dive right on over, not connecting any shots. That's fine. It's kind of quite windy in Urzikstan today.
I mean, at this point, if you're in the area, you know Zeppa's up here. And the problem is it's really hard to jump on him when you're the only player on your team. Now, go to Almond. I'm not sure, but also a rat in this moment. Biding his time. Again, this is the Falcons MENA squad with Almond. Fnatic might not be here, but they might be here in spirit. If Almond can get this win, and LTV rolling up on him is not a great sign, and several vehicles in the area.
Look, I want an open end game, and obviously we're not going to get it, because you imagine how many vehicles just kind of lock it on in, but to just come in as a sub for a roster and then maybe potentially snake away a win in the solo YOLO, that's a story in itself.
Yeah, we take those. We take those if we're Almond. We'll see, though. A lot of ground to make up. Now, folks, the gulag is officially closed. This is where it's going to get real weird real quick. We still have 63 players remaining. Frankly, that's a hair less than I expected at this point. But based on this zone, there's a decent amount of cover on the fringes of it. The center, though, is that stadium. It's that soccer pitch or football pitch, wherever you're from. I don't care. There's a big field there out in the open. You don't want to be there. You want to be on the edges of it.
I just love how we're back to seeing like thermals, because you know all of the smokes towards the end game. You want to be able to see. No smokes in the pocket for him though, and we just have to be a bit more casualties on the screen. We already saw Gromalock have some issues earlier, but maybe he's
playing edge of zone as well, looking for maybe a bit of high ground for some info. As per the usual, information is key. Right now, no UAVs to spare and no recon drones either. So this is going to be a tough rotate in with 55 people still in this lobby. But that number is dwindling drastically with this gulag closed.
I think they're all sitting in a Discord chat together and kind of talking about each other, because I don't see Heats' mouth moving. This is not the comms. We are locked in. We are making that rotation go forward here. And look, here, just gonna clear it on out, shut the door. I didn't realize the haunting of Urzikstan had already occurred, and goodbye, Foreign Jace. The read on that.
Wow, all right, Heats. He's already pulled some clutch moments. That's another one to add to his book. That's 4 kills, by the way. Not that it matters, but fun little stat. LTV behind. And again, we know the end zone. It's basically right where Zeppa is. Heats is have to circle around probably to the left side, the western side of this zone to swing around potentially.
He's got some audio cues. You know someone's nearby, and when we keep on over, Almond still here trying to play off. It's his enemy dropping in, and they are so close close to each other that I could only imagine they will run into each other.
Yeah, kind of on opposite sides of this one at this point. Maybe Almond swings this direction. I don't think so, though. If anything, Heeds might go that direction. We'll see. He's going to try to rotate here. Again, footsteps and everything. We're already down to 36 players, folks. We just lost 20 players in the blink of an eye. There's still a ton on the map and a lot of bridge trolls. The trolls are out. And they're actually not on the bridge. It's actually the building across, picking up Heeds in transition. Heeds is out of here. No gulags to write home about, but Almond is still lying in wait.
Vegasa E.U finished out in 35th, and well, 34 players, and every player that falls out. The fact is we're about to be in the final 30, and well, there goes those inevitable. Oh my God, we're bringing those out. It's been a minute since I've even seen people try to use them.
Bro, what are you talking about? Are you talking about the disruptor things? I don't even know what you're looking at.
Oh my God, they're not even breaking out C4s. We're getting utility killed by
What's going on?
StukeX.
StukeX takes down Biffle. Biffle's out. The last remaining member of the Falcons is Hisoka. Moving into 7th circle here shortly, and I don't hate Hisoka's position. We play around this bridge for a little while here, but we know the zone's going to pull a hair off of it, so we'll have to push this building next to him. He knows Zeppa's on top of it, and knows there's likely about 7 people in the mix in that. A big layer cake he's going to be jumping into here shortly, as now 20 players remaining on this map. Hisoka has one in his sights, but can't give away his position, can't get shot in the corner. Here's one down below as well. There's people all over the place.
Oh, he's on Dark Knight Demon time here. I mean, look, we only see the forehead cam. He's got shots coming in. Our information has been given, but with restock, you keep resupplying, and we've got the 2 smokes. We've got the incendiaries. It's going to be brutal, and that trophy system will do wonders for the player across the way, but when you give, you take, and now we got to get away from this position.
Again, the Falcons certainly inevitable as a team. Could one of them pull out this solo YOLO? Hisoka in a bit of trouble. He's going to PA his opponent. Doesn't connect, but it runs him out of that position. Cleans up a trophy likely. Where do you go from here? You know the building, the only building in zone, and you know that there's a player at least on every floor, if not multiple. He's going to make the move here. Where is... Oh, one on the bridge still. The player didn't leave, not fully, just barely out of the mix, and that PA is a hair shallow, but it could go over the top. Hisoka in trouble. Does have a hair of cover, though. Dang.
And Shoka is down and out. Zeppa about to be in the top 10, still on this rooftop, now into the double-digit eliminations. This is crazy. Did not have foresight originally, at least for the current timing. Maybe he grabbed foresight and had it before the gulag and was able to get that information, wins it later, comes flying back on in, and has just claimed this space. But you've got to get through the streaks, right? A lot of people, they're going to throw mortars, they're going to throw bunker busters, they're going to do exactly what they can. But a 1 in 7 chance to take home $50,000 is crazy.
Here we go. Unfortunately, 120th place and 2nd place get the same amount of money. So you've gotten this far. You've made it to top 10. You still have a tall task ahead of you. Pick out a couple in transition. Well done. Flank makes it to top 10 and probably no much further, but a PA on his head. Zeppa's able to rat out to the right-hand side of it just a little bit. What I'm curious about is, does he have PDSs in his pocket? We know the zone's gonna actually pull a hair back, I believe. Jackal getting cut down from that Huskers team.
We're not getting fools, though. We never fooled flanked.
You're right.
We never fooled Jackal. We're still 6, though, which means someone else is taking out players. Okay, there goes the fool.
Top 5. Not that it matters. Just gotta win. Zeppa, you've done all the work thus far. What do you do now? A PA on your head. Of course, you've got a gas mask you can play around with. It's not a durable, though, I don't think, so you don't have a ton of time.
Look, we're just yeeting thermobaric grenades, man. They burn. It's crazy, and we are saving our streaks to bring them on and out. I hear the coughs in. We've got to hit that gas mask done, and we've got to make the play. We've got to stay healthy here, and we're taking a lot of damage. We're going to be a glass cannon, but we get into the water.
Perfect execution. PA for the cover. You smoke and run. You get to the water. You have an angle. Does he know? Sees one through the water. Doesn't get a big connect on it. Here, this zone's going to close. Wide out in space. 4 players remaining. Hollow being cut down. Hollow being eliminated. 3 players left. Zeppa has done all the work. He got here first. Can he finish the job? But PDS to try to get the other 2 players to fight each other. One also wrapping. Flank cut down. It is a 1v1. Zeppa, all of the legwork. Can you finish the job? Nearly out of resources. This is looking grim for Zeppa, who's not in zone. He's got to make a play. He's got to connect on the
Oh, but what if that was a one-way? And there it is. It's Nick Cole, your North American wildcard winner, and now your solo YOLO champ.
Are you kidding me? Nick Cool, with your back against the wall. You barely make it to this stage. You have to win just one game to get here. And then you just have to win one game to win $50,000? Nick Cool, my man, congratulations. That's unreal.
Without a doubt, comes in, sweeps it. Now that's a VOD review we want to see. The course of action that brings you there. And honestly, the moment we saw Zeppa behind that door, they start taking the pressure from Nick Cool, and then he kind of walks around, and even though Zeppa tries to smoke forward, it's Nick Cool who ends it all at the top. Celebrate there for Toronto Ultra.
Solo YOLO is the one place where the journey does not matter. It's only the destination. Unbelievable. Nick Cool.
Let's go!
We love the celebrations, man.
One, bro. We did it in the wild card and we did it in the fucking solo YOLO! Let's go! Holy shit.
Just wait till that adrenaline comes down. You're just like, oh my God, we took the wild card. I took the solo YOLO. That makes every bit of Vegas worth it, man. That has got to feel. I told you earlier, I don't even know what it looks like to have $50,000 in my bank account at this point. So to win it off one game of Warzone is kind of insane.
Absolutely unbelievable. I mean, this is the epitome of ice in the veins. To do that back-to-back competitions, Solo YOLO here as a team in the wild card is just absolutely unreal. Nearly at a loss for words. Headed down to the stage. I believe Nick Cool's gonna be collecting his check here shortly. My man repping Toronto Ultra. Proud of you, dog. I've had so much conversations with this kid. It's unreal that they got here. The roster mania, the team, Waldo, Colony, 2K, they put the team together at the last second to get to this stage. And then Nick Cool does it. Let's head down to the stage with Miles and Nick Cool to hear from our solo YOLO champion.
Well, as you would imagine, he's pretty excited after that one. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a big round of applause for Nick. Congratulations, our solo YOLO champion. How you doing, man?
Bro, unreal, man. Unreal. My voice is gone, man. I'm gonna need a big weekend for tomorrow.
You got a big day, and you've not just got a big day tomorrow, you've also got a very big check. We're gonna have it brought out in just a moment. But dude, how do you even describe what just happened?
I don't even know, man. I'm gonna have to rewatch that, you know, with the fams in the background. My family's here, man. We're gonna rewatch that tonight. I don't even know what to say.
Well, you gotta find a place to put this as well. Congratulations once again, Nick. Your solo YOLO champion, $50,000 richer for not coming in second.
Just
All right, solo YOLO winner is in, and it is Nick Cool making it happen. And man, that has to feel so good. We got a lot of money on the desk, man, and a lot of money coming out for $50,000 for Nick Cool. Dantro, it's been a long day. Dantro, talk to me as we are just throwing money around, literally $100 bills. You were losing your mind when Nick Cole won that 1v1 at the end.
So not only is Nick Cool a phenomenal player, he's also like actually a very good friend of mine. And to see him clutch that up, dude, whew, I'm just a fan of Warzone, man, and I love seeing him. And you heard him even say it in that celebration. They won the wild card map of the NALCQ. That's not how they wanted to be here, but it's how they got here.
That's
and
right.
for him to be able to come in and win the solo YOLO is insane. Might I add, a mouse and keyboard player, one of the few that we have here today. I couldn't be happier for the kid, and I am super excited to be able to catch up with him here in a little bit.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, $50,000, sixth place, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, in the standings for that roster. We talked about, obviously, their route to make it as a trio. but this has to make them feel good. But Zeppa, let's talk about the heartbreaking loss from Zeppa. He lived for as long as he possibly could, Gio, on that rooftop with basically every piece of equipment you needed to be successful in. Well, he lost the final fight, the one that mattered most.
Yeah, and he actually held on for a little while. It was a very tenacious effort because when he jumped down from the rooftop, he went down into the water. He was so close to death, survived it, and we were like, wow, this guy could actually take it all the way. And once it came down to that final two, it was just, I don't know how to describe the tension that I felt. And I think you could even see it in the face cam on Nick Cool's camera, because he was like, his eyes widened and he was like, oh my god, Zeppa had held on for so long.
Yeah, and Zeppa, even to get there, like you had mentioned, Gio, like it was absolutely insane. He took down Hollow, I believe, and then he took down Flamed, like coming down off the mountain through Parkway, like having to rotate, smoking forward. But yes, from Nick Cool, a mouse and keyboard player, and just rightfully so, the win that they needed to hopefully add some extra momentum tomorrow.
I hope so.
And you're seeing even the use of the thermal there, but I actually think it's Zeppa on that rotation, when he goes to shoot flanked, that was probably his downfall. It let Nick Cool know exactly where he was, because you saw he just made that read so easily.
That's right, he made the read, and I was like actually thinking to myself, watching Zeppa's perspective, I'm like, where is Nick? Like, well, where's the final guy? I didn't even know Nick was. I'm like, where's this final guy? And I'm expecting some cheese. Like, he's out there in the gas, PDSs galore, and like stims, and you know, he's just gonna try and survive it and met it out. But no, it was Nick Cole. He was there the whole time. He's your solo YOLO winner, $50,000 mouse and keyboard winner. I mean, we're talking about a lot of great things, and going into tomorrow, that's gotta feel good. The question is, Gio, do they split the money? Because that was one of the conversations.
Well, I don't know, because I saw him there taking the check with his girlfriend, and I'm kind of like, okay, go take.
They're going on vacation.
Screw your teammates.
That's right. They're going on vacation. I mean, come on, would that not be the best option? There it is. Solo YOLO is done. He's still up there. He's reveling in it. I wouldn't leave that stage either, man. I'd be enjoying myself. He's finally, there he goes. He's taking that big check away. Kind of going to be awkward to cash a check that big, but hey, he's going to make it work. $50,000.
I'm sure he'll manage.
I think he'll manage.
It will be really difficult, but I'm sure he'll get through it.
Well, I got too excited with this earlier, but hopefully he goes and makes it red. YOLO, baby. I was so late. But
wait, is this real 100 copy money?
It looks, hey, you know what? It could.
I thought I was getting paid early. Well, let's talk about how today ended up unfolding. Solo YOLO was incredible. Shout out to Nick Cole for the big win, but also Team Falcons, right? They take over first place. What? They take over first place for themselves, and they did so in dominating fashion. Dandra, nearly 100-point lead over that of second place after 6 games were finished.
I'd hate to say that we are surprised, but I don't think we really are. I think what I'm more kind of surprised about, though, is just how consistent I guess they were. Lately, it has been a little bit of the case where it takes them a couple maps to kind of read what's going on, and then to have just 3 back-to-back bangers. Today, while the games may not have been as high scoring, what they were able to do was just be able to have those consistent placements. And when they're playing here on LAN, I think they understand. If they know how to play the game, when they set it on up, the kills will come into them. So they're going to take advantage of that multiplier. They're going to be able to be this team, and that's how you're able to create this 100-point gap.
40 points going into tomorrow, Gio. They have a 40-point lead. The team that didn't need the lead, well, they got the lead. But it's all good, though, because 2nd through 5th, they still walked away with 30 points themselves. So even though Falcons will get 40, the other teams aren't technically too far behind.
They're not too far behind, but I think when you look at a consistent performance like what the Falcons put up today, it's unnerving if you're another team, because giving an advantage that no other team has to a team like that is kind of scary. And I mean, look, even in the solo YOLO, we heard all the cries of shock when Soka went out, but I don't think that's going to phase them very much. You know, I think they're going to come in tomorrow, and they clearly feel extremely confident. And I know that they play up the camera a little bit, but that has to come from a real place.
That's
a real place of confidence, a real place of genuine belief in their team. And they haven't failed themselves so far.
No.
So
3 out of 6 wins, 50% win rate. They finish off in first place, 206.8 points to that of second with Team Aiden at 122.6. It was close. after that point in time, but Team Falcons was just too far ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. But, you know, you got to love the fact that Nick Cool, dead last year with Pick and Wag, wins the solo YOLO in 6th place going into tomorrow. So you'll love to see that. Also, too, from Zeppa, amazing plays from them because this squad right here, they've just been consistent throughout the years.
And they have been. 6th place, honestly, not bad, too, for a roster that we had a lot of questions about coming into today. And they started off the day hot. Well, they finished even better. Just outside of that 30 point, I believe they walk away with 25. Don't quote me on that, but that's still very decent going into tomorrow, right? So we've got a lot of great competitors who are going to be competing on match point tomorrow for $300,000, $1 million guaranteed. Top 20 get paid out. Who's it going to be? Well, we're going to have to find out that answer tomorrow. It's been a wonderful day of grind. We appreciate you all staying with us as long as you did. Final words before we get out of here. Danger, we'll start with you.
Yeah, I really love the games that we had here today. I think what we saw was sort of the culmination of a lot of our teams and sort of expectations that we've placed on a lot of these players really come to fruition, okay? I think a lot of the top teams that we thought would be here and performing are here and performing. There's also a lot of top teams that are towards the bottom of that leaderboard. So when it comes to tomorrow, you have to come out swinging because, well, as we saw here today, when you have a team Falcons who after 6 games has a 100-point lead and is starting tomorrow plus 40, you are basically on a ticking time bomb for tomorrow, okay? I do not believe we are going that many games. Your opportunity to find your points is slim.
Well said, Gio. It's great working with you for the first time whenever it comes to on stage anyways. At Alen, it was a pleasure. What's your final words before we get out of here?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it's been great. I think it was really nice that we got to kind of start the day with, I don't want to say a fluke, but kind of an unexpected team just to like shake things up. But that after that, we really started to see consistency come out of teams that are really showcasing what it means to be extraordinarily talented at this game, but also very clearly extraordinarily hardworking. They've built that rapport with each other. They've worked really hard on VOD reviews, on coaching, on building strategy, and you see what that looks like when it's actually come out onto this stage. And so we've been able to kind of cultivate this story out of today of these players and these teams who are really, really making their mark as very much the top of Warzone.
Right on, Dream. Great to work with you as always. From London to Vegas, we return.
Yeah, I mean, and just this year has just been so different, but also I'm just going to keep it short. What I want to see tomorrow, I want to see if the dynasty will continue. I want to see if Shifty and Biffle do get the 2-peat, but also, in fact, Soka getting that LAN win, the global LAN win here. So for you guys, I think this has just been amazing dancing with you all, and let's see what tomorrow brings.
Well, it's been a great day. 6 total maps for our regular play for the bonus points. 1 map for solo YOLO. Nicole, once again, shout out, $50,000 earned. It's been an incredible day. And tomorrow, we'll kick off once again at 12 PST for the 2024 World Series of Warzone Global Finals. Who will be the champion? Well, you're going to have to return tomorrow, 12 PST, to find out the answer.
I'm ready for war. I'm ready for war. I'm lighting up that fire, yeah, I'm burning up. Look at me, feel the heat. Climbing so much higher, but it's not enough. Best believe, gonna see. Stumbling on the ground to the earth breaks. Knocking down walls, making earthquakes. Never looking back, this is high stakes. Look at me, yeah. I'm ready for war. Look into my eyes,
Atención, Spetsnaz. Aseguremos. Estamos tomando Bravo. Mosquito aliado desplegado. Objetivo Bravo.
¡Estoy bajo fuego! ¡Aturdidora lanzada! ¡Estoy herido! ¡Contacto!
Estamos tomando Bravo.
¡Granada aturdidora!
Estamos tomando algo. Misil de crucero aliado desplegado, asegurando objetivo Bravo. Estamos tomando Bravo.
¡Segadora! ¡Aturdidora lanzada!
Asegurando objetivo Alfa.
¡Atención al disparar! ¡Mierda! ¡Me dispararon! ¡Objetivo eliminado!
Controlamos Alfa.
¡Oye! ¡Ojo al disparar!
Enemigo tomando Alfa.
¡Bajo fuego!
Tomando Alfa. Enemigo asegurando Charlie. El
Iré
enemigo
por aquí.
tomó Charlie. Asegurando objetivo
¡A
Bravo.
una termita!
Estamos tomando Bravo. Tiene un paquete de ayuda. UAV hostil en el área. Mosquito aliado activado. Estamos tomando Charlie.
Estuvo cerca.
Asegurando objetivo Bravo. Tiene dos objetivos. Al enemigo tomando Alfa.
¡Fuego!
Guardián hostil fue desplegado. Enemigo tomando Alfa. Asegurando objetivo Charlie. Estamos tomando Bravo.
¡Mierda! ¡Me dispararon!
Estamos perdiendo Alfa. Estamos tomando Charlie.
¡Contacto!
El enemigo tiene todos los objetos Charlie asegurados. Objetivo Bravo. Estamos perdiendo Charlie. Estamos tomando Alfa. Enemigo asegurando Charlie. Asegurando objetivo Alfa. Enemigo está tomando terreno. Que retroceda.
¡Estoy herido! ¡Mira tus tiros! ¡Recargando!
Objetivo Charlie en peligro. Recuperémoslo. Estamos tomando Bravo. Controlamos Bravo.
No te preocupes, te
Mosquito aliado desplegado. Asegurando objetivo Charlie. Enemigo asegurando Bravo. Objetivo Charlie asegurado. Objetivo Bravo en peligro. Recuperemos. Asegurando objetivo Bravo.
¡Aturdidora lanzada!
Estamos tomando Alfa.
¡Estoy bajo fuego!
Asegurando objetivo Alfa.
¡Cambiando cargador! ¡Fíjate dónde disparas, carajo!
Alfa en peligro. Charlie asegurado. Estamos perdiendo Charlie. Estamos tomando Alfa. Enemigo asegurando Bravo. Asegurando objetivo Alfa. ¡Oye! Bravo en peligro. Asegurando objetivo Bravo. Estamos tomando Alfa. Asegurando objetivo Alfa. Estamos tomando Bravo. Ataque aéreo al
¡Mierda! ¡Me dispararon!
El enemigo tiene todos los objetivos. No fallemos. Vamos.
¡Aturdidora lanzada! ¡Usando termita!
Asegurando objetivo Charlie. Paquete de ayuda hostil suelto. UAV enemigo activo.
¡Estoy bajo fuego!
Asegurando objetivo Alfa.
¡Contacto! ¡Cargando cargador!
Tomando Alfa. equipos. El enemigo viene a nosotros. Eliminémoslo. Tomamos la delantera. Perdimos la delantera.
Objetivo eliminado.
Mosquito hostil en línea.
¡Bajo fuego!
Soy fallada.
¡Acabé con un idiota! ¡Fíjate dónde disparas, carajo!
Punto caliente expuesto. Protegámoslo. Punto caliente reubicándose. Atentos.
¡Acabé con uno!
Área actualizada. Vamos al punto caliente. Mosquito hostil en línea. Punto caliente expuesto. Protejámoslo.
¡Pedazo de mierda! ¡Bajo fuego!
Perímetro. Mosquito hostil desplegado.
¡Atención al disparar!
Punto caliente expuesto. Protejámoslo.
¡Fíjate dónde mi mierda! ¡Vamos! ¡Resiste! ¡Resiste!
Aseguremos el área. Los están dominando. Punto caliente expuesto. Protejámoslo. Bombarderos equipos. Mosquito hostil en línea. Enemigos dentro del perímetro.
¡Solicito apoyo aéreo!
Copiado. Vulture 6-1. Bombardeo.
¡Tomen! ¡Es munición!
Punto caliente expuesto. Protejámoslo. Caliente reubicándose. Atentos.
¡Mierda! ¡Me dispararon!
Enemigos dentro del perímetro. Área actualizada. Vamos al punto caliente. Nos queda un minuto. Volvamos a la base. Nos dirigimos a la zona de guerra. Prepárense para pelear.
Algo de catnip. Allá tienes reflejos de gato.
Los enemigos están cayendo en la zona. Vigilen el cielo. Fin de los preparativos. Despleguémonos a la zona.
Esta es su familia ahora. Nos dieron luz verde. Nos desplegaremos en el frente de batalla. Equipémonos y tomemos los paracaídas. Ataquen cualquier amenaza. Tengan cuidado ahí.
Terminemos con esto. Battle Royale. Cuidado con el gas. Hay que ir a la zona segura.
Contrato de carroñero aquí.
El objetivo principal es eliminarlos a todos. Aseguremos las cajas de suministros. Las ubicaciones están en el mapa. Estás perdiendo terreno. Adelante. Tenemos una caja de suministros, faltan 2. Ya viene una entrega de armamento. El gas se acerca, ve a la nueva zona segura. Nos falta una caja de suministros. Vayamos a asegurarla. Ahí viene el gas. Contrato completado. Aseguramos todas las cajas de suministros.
Dice que somos los objetivos. Estoy de regreso. Espero que haya unos premios hoy. Tengo hambre. Mejora de campo, activa.
Caja de suministros marcadas. Aseguremos esas posiciones.
Contrato iniciado. Fantástico. Eres bastante atlético.
Gas acercándose. Reubicando zona segura. Se acerca una entrega de efectivo. Caja de suministros asegurada. Quedan 2. Cajas de suministros aseguradas. Queda una. El gas está avanzando. cajas de suministros. Contrato completado.
De todas formas, no te necesitaba. Siempre caigo de pie.
Gas avanzando. Nueva zona segura localizada. Las cajas de suministros están llenas. Sugiero equiparse ahora. No pierdas de vista los contratos de mayor valor. Valen más la pena. El gas se está aproximando. Es el gulag. Peleen por el redespliegue. Lo intentamos. Quedaban 25. Nos atacaron con todo. Reagrupémonos. Prepárense rápido, la batalla comenzará. Enemigo entrando en el área. A todas las unidades, aquí Shadow 1. Se autorizó el despliegue a la zona de guerra.
¿Preparados? Recibimos órdenes y tenemos luz verde. Equípense y tomen sus paracaídas. Iremos a la zona de guerra. Habrá alta actividad hostil. Esperen contacto frecuente.
Nos vemos del otro lado. Battle Royale. Gas acercándose a tu posición. Ve a la zona segura. Identificamos múltiples fortalezas, posiciones indicadas en el mapa táctico.
Contrato de carroñero aquí.
Eliminemos a todos los objetivos de la zona. Gas acercándose. campamento aliada en camino. Gas aproximándose, marcando nueva zona segura.
Mi Michi intuición dice que somos los objetivos. Esa armadura se ve preciosa en sí. Somos los objetivos.
El gas está avanzando.
Espero que haya unos premios ahí. Tengo hambre. Vaya que tienes reflejos de gato.
Gas aproximándose, zona segura reubicada. Liquidación activa, se redujeron los costos en la estación de suministros. Operación finalizada. Los precios se están ajustando. El gas se acerca. Ve a la nueva zona segura. Cajas de suministros reabastecidas. Equípense. Hay algunos contratos que aumentaron sus pagos. Tómalos y cóbralos primero.
Mi Michi intuición dice que somos los objetivos.
Ya sabes, el dinero no crece en los árboles, pero cubre todo el piso. Terminó la lucha, soldado. Regresemos a la base. Quedaban menos de 25 aún en pie. El fracaso no es fatal, solo es una oportunidad para mejorar.
Eso estuvo increíble.
Un buen equipo no es algo que se ve todos los días.
Viniste por sangre, yo por venganza.
Podemos seguir intentando matarnos o trabajar juntos y ganar esto. ¡Decidan!
Ahora tienes un grave problema, pendejo.
Revisa tus armas y dispositivos. Esperamos el despliegue.
Lo siento, bola de
Atención, estamos listos, preparados para el despliegue.
Hacen que parezca divertido. Nos dieron luz verde. Nos desplegaremos en el frente de batalla. Equipémonos y tomemos los paracaídas. Ataquen cualquier amenaza. Tengan cuidado ahí.
Terminemos con esto. Battle Royale. El gas se acerca a nuestra posición. Lo mejor sería salir ya mismo.
Contrato marcado.
Soldado enemigo acercándose. Vamos por el enemigo. Encontramos las cajas de suministros. Vamos a asegurarlas. El pelotón enemigo te está rastreando. Evade y sobrevive. el gas. El enemigo ya no te rastrea, lo perdimos por ahora. Caja de suministros asegurada, vayamos a la siguiente. Aseguramos 2 cajas de suministros, falta una. Va una entrega de armamento hacia ti. Gas acercándose, reubicando zona segura. Contrato completado. Encontramos todas las cajas de suministros. Hay contratos de gran valor. Si no arriesgas, no ganas. Gas avanzando. Nueva zona segura localizada. Liquidación activa. Nuevos costos en la estación de suministros. No pierdas de vista los contratos de mayor valor. Valen más la pena. Sitio clandestino asegurado. Libre. Estás perdiendo terreno. Adelante. Final. Son normales. Ya sabes, el dinero no crece en los árboles, pero cubre todo el piso. Seguiremos luchando. Volvamos a la base. Fuimos valientes. Hay que estar orgullosos. Regresemos a la base para el informe. Revisen su equipamiento y armas. Nos desplegaremos pronto. Hora de ponerse serios. Nos desplegamos a la zona de guerra.
Parecen un verdadero equipo. Luz verde, es hora de entrar a la zona de guerra. Tomemos el equipamiento y paracaídas. Salimos en 3. Habrá alta actividad hostil. Esperen contacto frecuente.
entrando. Battle Royale. El gas se acerca muy rápido. Vamos a la zona segura de inmediato.
Contrato marcado.
Objetivos listos, a eliminarlos. Un pelotón enemigo rastrea nuestra ubicación. Cuidado. Caja de suministros marcadas. Aseguremos esas posiciones. El gas se está aproximando. Hay un mejor pago por este trabajo. Asegúrate de cobrarlo. Caja de suministros asegurada. Quedan 2. Buen trabajo al evadir al enemigo. Está despejado. Dos cajas de suministros aseguradas. Queda una. Aseguramos todas las cajas de suministros. Contrato completado. Inteligencia indica un búnker cercano. Pon atención. Estación de suministros enemiga en camino. Atención, marcamos las zonas seguras activas e inactivas en el mapa. Entrega de armamento aliada en camino. Gas aproximándose, marcando nueva zona segura. Hay algunos contratos que aumentaron sus pagos. Tómalos y cóbralos primero.
Vaya que tienes reflejos de gato. ¿Queda algo de carne para mí? Deliciosa munición.
Ahí viene el gas. Los enemigos están cayendo en la zona. Vigilen el cielo. Gas aproximándose. Zona segura reubicada. ganado, soldado. En espera.
Mejor no enciendas tu mira láser o no me verás durante el resto de la partida. Solo me importan las placas que uso en mi collar. Espero que haya unos premios ahí. Tengo hambre. Mejora de campo. Lo siento, bola de pelo. Espero que haya unos premios ahí. Mejora de campo, activa.
Gas aproximándose, marcando nueva zona segura. A todas las estaciones hay una fuga en curso. Enemigo entrando en el área. El enemigo se llevó la victoria, solo por ahora.
Mejora de campo, activa.
Prepárate, regresarás a la acción. Gas acercándose. atraparemos a esos bastardos.
Fuera de campo.
Ya, soldado. Y créeme, el gas se acerca. Ve a la nueva zona segura. Estamos entre los 10 primeros. Hay que seguir así. Gas acercándose. Acercándose, reubicando zona segura.